Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, whatever time it is, wherever you guys may be. I hope everybody is doing well today. Today is, once again, Triforce Tuesday, week 25, and week 5 of the Wind Waker. And today we're actually going to get back to the story of the Wind Waker instead of just sailing around in the ocean for a bunch of hours. Alright. Who's ready? Oh, is the radio still... Let's fix that. There we go. Now hopefully you should only hear the game. What? Audio sounds good, thank you, November. When we last left off, we had just done a ton of treasure hunting, and then I finally advanced the story, and we are currently, as you can see, in front of the Tower of the Gods. So let's check it out. See what it's all about. Ooh. This was my least favorite dungeon for some reason. I think it's pretty nifty. I like the use of the, you know, the rising and falling water. Couldn't wrap my head around the puzzles. Right, what do we want here? Oh, I might need to take a picture of this shoe here. I don't know if I've gotten one. What? Ooh, the map. I don't even remember what's behind these walls. Yo, what's up for real? Hope you're doing well. Don't you think these electrocute chews would electrocute the water? come up with something new sometime, I swear. I don't mind it. They're like electric eels. Come on, man. Oh my gosh, I'm getting wrecked by them. Good night. Yo, Eric. Thank you for the 5.
Right now computers still can't laugh.
True. I hope you're doing well, Eric. Thank you so much for 5 months. I appreciate that very much. That is going towards our Skyward Sword Thunder Dragon. Exclamation TT if you guys want to see the incentives. Okay, it's just the yellow chew. You got it. Okay, awesome. You love to see it. Listened to a Pound Cake to the Pound Cake album last night after our combo yesterday. Such a good album. I think it's a really good album. I probably should have listened as well. Now we get a joy pendant. Fantastic. Need to go over there, don't I? Where are you going? Link, this is not the direction I'm leading you in. Oh, really? Cruz is in here? Yeah, luckily. Otherwise you'd just be you'd be stuck here forever. The boar? Oh my gosh, I keep mixing up. Usually in Zelda games, throw and drop are the same button, but the difference is that you have to be in motion to throw. In this game, they're 2 different buttons. So A is always throw, but I'm used to A being just like place the item down where you're standing. Uh-oh. Oh, the boar. Oh. I thought For Real made the typo. I didn't even catch Retro's typo initially. Aschester? That's a new one. Place. Not throw. Look how pretty that bridge is. I wish bridges looked like that in real life. My new persona is Jester. Run! God, Link. Let's go. Nice. Just in time. That was not smart. That's also, that does not work. Thought I could cheat the system. Am I gonna be able to do that since I destroyed that box? Okay. Oh, this needs to be closer. Would you rather be vegan if it was the same amount of effort as being vegetarian? That's a good question. I don't... Uh-oh. Didn't mean to do that. I don't think I really have any aspirations to be vegan, simply because a lot of the things that you give up for being vegan are still, I think, ethical. I don't think they're unethical. Things like, you know, honey and cheese and things like that. An animal, typically, it depends on where you're sourcing your you know, products from, but an animal typically shouldn't be harmed in the production of things like that. So for me, what the heck? What happened there? For me personally, I don't think I really feel like I need to be vegan because of that. But I guess I also wouldn't really, like, turn it away. Like, I don't turn my nose up at vegan products or anything. Like, if something happens to be fully vegan, I'm down, but I don't see a problem with it as long as the animals aren't, you know, being harmed in the process. Well, it depends on the industry. Gosh. Depends on the industry, Hocus. If we're talking like big dairy, I can't stand that. I think that's such a problem, especially in the United States, but it's just a big problem in general. But like local farms and things like that, I don't think that's a very bad thing. And you know, a cow is going to produce milk. It's not, you know, it's just part of their life. Just the way a bee produces honey, etc., etc. But I do like that question. I just don't think I have any personal aspirations to go completely vegan. It's not really about the effort for me. Calves get separated from the mom cows for the milk. I mean, I don't drink milk as it is, personally. There are things wrong with the dairy industry, just in general. There's big problems with it, and I don't support that. But I think everybody should stop drinking milk, personally. Switch to plant-based milk. Everybody. Right now, do it. Milk gives me issues. That's the other thing. Like, what is it like? 75 or higher, I think, percent of adults end up developing lactose intolerance because we weren't made to handle. We weren't meant to handle that much dairy. Nobody should be drinking cow's milk except baby cows. I do almond milk, which apparently has some environmental problems. That's why I switched away from almond milk too, November, because I used to drink it. Not for dairy, beef, leather production cattle will most likely go extinct. I don't know about that. I think that's a little extreme. Cows get nursed by their mothers until they can eat solids. I'm not sure I understand what's happening there. Boob milk? Oh gosh. For real, you might have a bit of a problem. No, that's not what I want. That's what I want. Hey Bob, thank you for the good luck. Hope you're doing well. Mick Poyle. Oh man. How's it going, Bob? Who is brave enough to drink milk from another animal? It's their fault. Agreed. You're busy? I hope everything's good, man. Appreciate you stopping in. Too many yellow chews in this dungeon? I guess you would call it a dungeon. I don't know if you call this a dungeon. But... And they really have it out for me too. Cheaper and easier to leave the calves with their mothers. Farmers control the breeding. So the only calves come around, the ones that are wanted. I think that goes for local farms, not big industry farms. Because there is a huge problem with oh my gosh, the big industry farms. Yeah, I think it's a size thing. I would agree with that. Just Cow Corner is my never favorite segment. Oh no. Oh, new favorite segment. I want to farm, grow my own foods, F the grocery stores. Agree with that. Lettuce came back down. Probably not extinct, but the population completely collapsed. I don't know about that. Really aren't any wild cattle herds. The entire species is domesticated. If there's no humans breeding, husbanding them, what do you think would happen to them? Horse population worldwide? Yeah, but horses are nowhere near extinct. Ooh, the compass. Compass. Hello. Hello, Mr. I. Alright, where's my buddy? Where'd I drop my buddy off at? Oop. I forget that you can't roll up the steps in this game. Pain in the butt. Where are the rats? Of course. Don't want to hit the beamos. Alright, well. Direct hit. Nice job. Wait, what would be the power supply? Oh my god, I hate the beamos. Bro. This is just not fair. How is this fair? Oh my goodness me. Ooh. Chest. The goddess Tingle statue. Goddess tingle sounds dirty. It does. I'll agree with that. Ooh, pretty. Ooh. Seeker of the Goddess's Guidepost, press ZR to call me and guide me to my place of truth. Follow me! No, stop reading. Follow. Come on, dum-dum. Let's go. No. Why does that hurt me? Only want to hurt him. Can I just jump across with it? There appear to be markings that indicate specific directions. What could they mean? I've never seen anything like this before. There we go. You learned the command melody. Yay! My kin wait beyond the doors. Control them. It's very important. Excuse me. Control them and guide them to their places of truth to open the path to the gods. Now we've somehow vanquished that tablet. Hey, what's up, nummies? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the compliment. Here for the big stretch, the water break, and maybe the lurk. Let's take care of the big stretch. No lurk, not yet. And the water break. Thank you, thank you. Shirt is dope. I'm super digging it. Thank you. When I was, I don't know, was Strawbridge's a nationwide department store? Do you guys know what Strawbridge was? It was not. Well, it was just like your typical department store. Straw britches. You know, like your, I don't know, like your Pennies or Macy's or whatever. It was just like that. And when I was like a little kid, in one of my local malls, there was a Strawbridge's, and one of the floors actually looked very, very similar to this. What's up, Corey? Hope you're doing well, dude. Huge holes. Customers had to swing across. No wonder they didn't catch on. Where are you going? I can't see. Only bad thing about Monday holidays is Tuesdays feel like Mondays. For sure, man. You know, you can't avoid the Monday feeling unless you've just completely... you don't have work. That's the only way to avoid that. I think I need to stay here, actually. Is there a way to acquire this power? There is. It's, you get laid off from your job. That's the first step. Get laid off from your job. Or quit, or get fired. And then become a degenerate streamer. And then struggle to make it through life. If everyone else had Monday off, then Monday BS just moves to Tuesday. Exactly. Exactly. That's all it is. Even if not everybody has Monday off, it could just be you. You could just take a Monday off, but then when you come to work on Tuesday, it's just gonna feel like Monday. I was just doing all my Monday things thinking it was Monday. How did your presentation go, by the way, Nummies? Monday is a state of mind. Triforce Monday. Yeah, I had asked yesterday, but I think you were too busy. Oh gosh, I'm getting a vision. Bob, it is I. Thinking of red lions, I'm afraid there are some areas to you which you will not be able to bring the servants of the tower. But do not fear leaving them behind. Once you have awakened them, they will wait patiently for your return. Of this I assure you. But yeah, I think you're too busy and you didn't catch it, but I was curious how it went. strong boy. Very strong. Oh! Bit of a misstep there. What are you doing? You're not so tough. It was really great, lots of positive feedback. The audience was, how do I say, mixed between those who lean right and those who lean left. Plus, I was very supportive. I even got a job offer. Wow, no kidding. It was a bit... I got you. I got you. Well, dude, that's awesome. I'm glad it went well. Is the job offer anything worth your consideration? That's amazing. Drake's in the chat for nummies. I'll give you Drake. I don't know how many people are watching, but Drake's in the chat. Oh, and we got the bow, by the way. I kind of glossed over that. we got the bow finally. Been waiting for this one for a while. And I'm missing everything. Hey, I got my first shot, like, perfect, and then... There we go. The gamer. It might be as more money, but would be doing the exact same work. Oh, there you go. What's up, Binky? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Mr. Statue Man. Hog. What? I don't know what's going on right now. There's a city worker at a manhole. City worker at a manhole with a device emitting sounds into the hole. Maybe he's testing the acoustics. Yo! Hearts in the chat for Big Mac. What's up, Big Mac? Hearts in the chat. I'll just say it without being too obscure. Part of my work is with individuals who are incarcerated, like 10 to 20%, and the rest of my clients are community clients. I don't want to give up the community clients. The meeting was service organizations and law enforcement / corrections. I don't think I want to do full-time work with that population because you get like a 30-minute phone call. Hard to accomplish anything. Community clients I see in person sometimes or over video. Gotcha. So it's like, I don't know, you gotta weigh your pros and cons. I got you. You can do a lot more work with them. Get some great work in. I saw that on Ghostbusters. The sewer would make a great place to record a demo. Shift that there, shift that there. No, actually I'm gonna shift that there. I feel like that bomb was pretty generous. I don't feel like I actually made it into that Armos's mouth. Are you Ninja Turtles? Yeah, take a bomb, leave a bomb, that's right. Ooh, free joy pendant. I have mentioned this before, but I have this compulsion to pick up everything that is dropped on the floor in Zelda, despite what my inventory looks like. So if my rupee count is full, or my bombs or arrows or whatever, I'll still pick them up. I have such a compulsion to do so. Hey, what's up, RGB? See you, man. Hope you're doing well today. I am hanging in there. Thank you for asking. Me too. People have said them too. Like I've gotten quite a few people who agree with that. Who just have that within them. How about you, RGB? Do you always pick up everything that's on the ground in Zelda games, despite your rupee count, if that's full, or your arrows or bombs or whatever? Do you always go for them too? Doing good, chilling and having coffee for now. Oh, definitely, yeah. Everything always. I know we talked about the cell shading and the drama, but can we talk about Link's dead eyes as a valid critique? I like it. I don't think they're dead eyes. I don't know. I think he's cute. I think they did a really good job with it. Team pick up all the things. I'm so glad it's not just me. Yo, store brand craft. I'm on a team coffee. enjoy your team coffee. Exo store brand craft. Ben drowned. That he did. Really did. It's a totally real story. Leave me alone, leave me alone. We're backtracking here for a specific reason. I do have to complete things, but for now, gotta do something. Because this is 100%, baby. Gotta get every single chest available. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. Playing some games and doing some laundry. But I'm listening in. I appreciate it. Good luck with your games and laundry. Oh boy, my aim is not good. I will say the controls are pretty wonky in terms of anything first person in this game. Otherwise, the controls are beautiful. Everything feels great, but anything first person, pretty garbage. I learned for a probation parole a semester and realized... Oh, by the way, we get a treasure chart. That's what we get here. It was a losing system that was over capacity. Free treasure chart. Let's go. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, I can't. Well, we're gonna have to open that up later. That's okay. Alright. Back we go. Gold chews should produce gold chew jelly. Tastes like Werther's original. Come here, you dumb bat. My extreme ideas scare you. It's because I do my own choo-choo research into what fictional things should actually taste like. I mean, you have brought that up in Mega Man and such as well. Really nailed the boomerang in the game. I actually really love the boomerang in this game, yeah. Would agree with that. First try. Nobody saw that. I'm hungry most streams. Oh, is this... Oh, this is the wind. That's what this is. How does this go? Is there a way to look up, like, the songs that you know? Because I almost never remember them. I'm, like, struggling to get by. First try is the charm. Now they come alive. That's what it is. Another treasure chart. I don't know, like, perhaps I shouldn't have gone to open up the chest, but it doesn't seem that you can really avoid them if you go for that. Gecko, thank you so much for the 100.
This game is so kawaii.
Kawaii Leonard. Thank you very much for the 100 going towards our Master Quest playthrough. Nice. First try, baby. Can I hit the eye from here? I don't know if I can or not. I'm not going to take too many tries. No way. I can't believe I actually hit that. This is a very fun little area here. The voice guy gets kawaii right. Is it kawaii? Kawaii? Is it just kawaii? No. No. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. I keep looking at the wrong platform. Need to go to this one. Even when it's directly in front of me, I can't get it. let's just be patient. Use the Force, Luke. I mean Link. I mean Bob. That was pretty unforgiving. I feel like that should have been a tad more generous. November, thank you for the 100.
Hoy there, small fry. Save you look like you are flush with cash. Saving up to pay your sister's ransom? What? That's not what the money is for. It's for more treasure charts. So you can get richer? Wow. Just. Wow. I feel like there would have been a time limit before the kidnappers sort of, cut their losses.
Thank you very much, November, for the 100. Also going towards our Master Quest playthrough. Wow. I love them. It's so sarcastic. Brian's wow is my new favorite thing, isn't it? Isn't it the best? It always just sounds so sarcastic. Oh, that's why there's nothing here, because I'm a dum-dum. Watching anything good on TV? I don't really watch TV, but the new season of Always Sunny started recently, a couple weeks ago. There will be a new episode tomorrow. That's really the only... I only ever watch sports on TV. And then most of the content I consume is either Twitch or YouTube. And then reruns of my favorite shows at night, like Seinfeld or That 70s Show or whatever. Yeah, that standard voice is just called Brian. New Sunny is great so far. Oh yeah, I gotta check out Black Mirror. I forgot you guys mentioned that. Gotta do that. Oh, perhaps I could have just... I probably could have done this a little bit easier. Too far. Oh well. Watched episode 2 last night of Black Mirror. Yeah, I gotta check it out, man. I'm already behind. Twilight Zone or Outer Limits sort of thing. I've never seen either, but I know a little bit of Twilight Zone, and I think it's similar to that. but more. I think there's more social commentary involved with it for the most part. I don't know. I don't know how to compare it to something that I haven't seen before. I don't want to spoil too much, but they ramped up the horror elements in this season of Black Mirror, and I'm living for it. Nice. Yeah, every episode is self-contained. That's correct. Yep. That is correct. Hey, what's up, Phil? Good to see you. Good morning. I've never played this game, just working and listening. Maybe we'll chime in once in a while. No problem, Phil. I hope you enjoy. I'm 100%ing every Zelda game on stream. And we are currently in the Wind Waker, and I do really enjoy this game. There has never been a Zelda game that I haven't played from the main series. There's only a couple, like, of these weird spin-offs, such as BS Legend of Zelda for the, Satellaview that I haven't played. Can't really think of anything else. I think I've pretty much played everything else in terms of Zelda. So no first playthroughs, but they are 100% playthroughs. It's super fun. Ooh. I'm early on in Breath of the Wild, but taking a break. Breath of the Wild, yeah, like... No, that's not what I want. Breath of the Wild is on the list, obviously. It's in the main line, and I think I can control. I will be... Well, I'll be mostly 100%ing that, but I will definitely be 100%ing that if we do hit the incentive. Probably the same for Tears of the Kingdom. I love the Outer Limits and the new Jordan Peele Twilight Zone. Oh wow, I didn't realize there was a new Twilight Zone with Jordan Peele. That's interesting. Wasn't a fan of the old Twilight Zone. The movies were really good. I've never seen any of it. I don't know what Outer Limits is either. It's incredible. So good, really. Can't wait, what am I doing wrong here? Have I done something wrong? Surely I can... What? What do you mean? How? Why? Alright, what is going... Hang on a sec. What am I doing wrong here? Oh. I didn't have to use the melody. I just had to call it. I think now I have to use the melody. There we go. I am become statue. Oh. There we go. That is right. During Triforce Tuesday, any gift subs do get Pokemon card openings. If you're into that. Right, okay. Drop, not throw. Um, a lot like Twilight Zone, Tales from the Dark Side used to freak me out. I don't know these shows. What was it called? Outer Limits? What was it? I've already forgotten what you guys said. Outer Wilds? I don't remember. I'm sorry. I'm too stupid. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of Tales from the Dark Side. They showed us Creep Show at daycare. Creep Show? Doesn't sound like it's a children's show. Yeah, me too, Gecko. I had mentioned that. I very much see a lot of things used. I feel like this game was highly influential for a lot of the subsequent Zelda games. Toucan Sam has taken a dark turn in life and practices black magic in this game. I think I mentioned that. I think I said he looks like Toucan Sam in the last stream. I think I made the same comparison. But it's been a while since I've played this, and I think I have, not that I didn't appreciate this game or anything like that. I've always loved this game, but I feel like I've kind of garnered a new appreciation for it just by knowing how much of this game has gone into the rest of the series. I think that's super cool. Probably a bit too early. I don't know. I don't know these shows. Oh boy. Okay. So I've got Emos. Walk one down here. Leave you some links on the Discord. That would be cool. Be down. Outer Limits is great. More like sci-fi from the 90s Twilight Zone. 2019-2020. Highly recommend. What's that one here? Creep Show is a Stephen King-esque 90s. Okay. I do enjoy some Stephen King. I like to... this might sound mean, but I like to make fun of Stephen King work. I don't know, it's fun. I find most Stephen King work to be pretty fun. Do I need to defeat these guys? Yeah, his older stuff. I used to watch a lot of his stuff, like back in high school. Salem's a lot. I think it's a big laugh fest. I mean, you know, it's a product of its time, right? It's very much a product of its time, and they're fun to poke fun at. What is like sometimes they come back again or whatever, and he's got some weird. Hello? Oh gosh, those are BMOs. He's got some weird movies. Thank you, BMOs. Nice. Brilliant. Oh, it is. Okay, it is targetable. Can't see anything out here. I guess just general is fine. Nummies. General's fine. What scared me when I was a kid was The Exorcist. You know what? I have never seen The Exorcist. I love horror movies, and I've actually never seen The Exorcist. I need to watch that sometime. All right, you guys ready? Who's ready? Who Framed Roger Rabbit was the scariest thing I saw as a kid. You have done well to find your way. I think he said to my path, my whatever. Oh, chosen one. Accept this final challenge. You like this boss? Yeah, this is a cool boss. It is very, very similar to Bongo Bongo from Ocarina, but still very cool nonetheless. Trying to get a picture of him, however, might be a pain in the butt. Perhaps the best way to get a picture of him is while he's incapacitated. Maybe. Good music. Like now, right? Maybe I should do it now. There we go. Let's go. I need refills. Aren't you supposed to give me refills? What the heck, man? This is good music. What the heck? Give me refills. Come on, man. I need arrows. No, that's not fair. I've only got one arrow left. You need to give me a refill, bro. Defeated him in just the right amount of arrows. The path can now be opened. Oh, chosen one. What will now come to pass is tied to your fate, to the path that you have chosen. Go forward with caution. Really cool boss. Great music. GG's. Hog. Alright, let me take a very short bathroom break. I will be right back, and then we'll continue. Ooh, yo, Health, thank you so much for 25 months. Take it away.
Hoi, small fry. All these teachers that think they can keep laptops when they're no longer employees of the district. Wow. The guts they have to try to steal something and claim it was not their fault. Just wow. Also GLHF Zelda.
Wow. Thank you, Health, for the 25 months. Really appreciated. Going towards our Thunder Dragon and Skyward Sword. Hope you're doing well. Future, hello. Hope you're doing well. I will be right back, guys. Hang tight. Nope, hang on. I totally know what I'm doing on my own stream. Alrighty. I know I missed some chat there while I was in the boss fight. Maybe blasphemous, but I don't find The Exorcist scary at all. Probably has a lot to do with growing up Catholic. PurePad camera version 0.001 alpha. I was an atheist long before I ever saw the movie. Yeah, I've never seen it. The villain at the end of Who Framed Roger Rabbit was quite the freak show, legit creepy. I like that movie. I didn't see that until like 2 years ago, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, or like last year or something. When your tendency based on a true story that carries a lot more weight than when you're an adult and understand how much leeway there is. That's true. Yeah, somebody melted into acid, that's right. I saw Toxic Avenger at that age. We didn't watch Exorcist, but we watched Repossessed, and that was way funnier. I need to see some of these. How's it going, guys? Hope everybody's doing well. No words on potty break? Oh, Trauma movie? That's a director. Three teachers for summer school who never return laptops. Now they're back with disabled accounts because they aren't technically employees anymore. Great. Yeah, please unlock my accidentally stolen laptop. He wants to burn my mouth, but I'm too smart for that. Chroma is a production studio. I love those movies. I'm gonna have to look into it. All HR had to do was tell those people that if they didn't turn their laptops in, they wouldn't be hired for summer teaching. But imagine that happening. Yeah, imagine a world in which there's consequences for your actions, right? Dude, I love low-budget horror. Maybe I've seen some of the films, who knows. You have done well, Bob. It would seem the gods have acknowledged you to be a true hero. This does not mean your trials have ended here. Once you take your first step into the world beyond the ring of light, you see shimmering in the waves before you. Your true trial will begin. Are you ready, Bob? Nah, not really. No, I said no. Where are you taking me? Leave me alone. Very campy. When I was in education, we just wouldn't pay your last check if you didn't return equipment. How's Zelda? How am I? I'm doing. I'm kind of hanging on. Zelda's going okay. We're doing more story here, as you can see. We're actually advancing this story, which you love to see in a game that's so wide open and large, where I've just been collecting treasure and doing side quests the last 2 weeks. So it feels good to do some main story before I do more side quests. I thought regular school year teachers taught summer school. Link's not bad faced. Ooh. Look. I like the Ocarina of Time sort of chanting music there. You're probably wondering where we are, aren't you? Unfortunately, there's not enough time for me to explain it to you now. I know where we are. I can piece the things together here. Once you are able to strike down Ganon with the item you obtain in this castle, all will be made clear to you. Trust in my words. See what awaits you in the castle. Alright. Who knows if you haven't played... Who hasn't played the game? Raise your hand if you haven't played the game. Spooky. This game or the game? I just lost the game. This game. That's where I'm at with Breath of the Wild. As soon as I get my 7th heart, I'll finally release the first Guardian Beast. Is it okay to start with Gerudo? I would probably advise against it, Phil. It's completely okay, yes, but I would advise against it, I think. Played this like almost 20 years ago. For those of you who haven't played the game or don't remember anything at all, what do you guys think? He was like, I can't explain to you where you are right now. Where do you think we are, based on what we just saw? Good thing I have no idea what you're talking about since I haven't played Breath of the Wild yet. It's like you're in a castle. I'm in a castle, yeah. I meant more of a broad sense. I'm wondering if anybody has any ideas or theories. When we just went into that ring of light in the ocean. Hey! Alright, Bob, I need you to listen to me for a moment. The item you seek is hidden somewhere in this castle. To find it, you must find the entrance to the basement. Excuse me, but that entrance has been blocked. Oh my goodness. By a mighty threshold firmly sealed to prevent evil from ever gaining access. Do you know where to search and what you must do to open the hidden way? You'll find a clue in the shape of the heraldry near where we arrived at the castle. Will I? Should I go look? So eerie, everything's just frozen solid. I honestly don't know what clue he's... Oh, maybe that's what he's talking about? I'm not sure. But there's the crest. I'm not sure what clue or hint he's talking about. I know what to do, but... Would you? What is your problem, Link? Stop sidling and grab the block. Stop. Oh my gosh. You're hurting my feelings. Yo, what's up, Rudy? You're doing well. Welcome in. Oh my goodness, is Ash. What's up, Ash? Thank you for the 9 months.
Peepo hey.
Yeah, Holy. It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. Thank you for the 9 months going towards our Thunder Dragon and Skyward Sword. Not me yelling at the screen exactly where you are, what you're doing, the lore of the place, and this story so far. Like it's Dora the Explorer. Where do you think we are right now, guys? That's right. How you been, Ash? It's been a minute. Yeah, pause for effect. Shadow just left for work. His team has gone. His team has to go to the office the next 3 consecutive days, once a month for no reason. Now I'll be all alone probably till 9. Ah, it's a bummer. What a weird requirement. 3 consecutive days. A month. Alright, there we go. El Castillo. Had a great barbecue with family recently? There you go, that sounds nice. I've been okay, been tending to my mental health mostly. Yeah, fair. I feel that. Definitely feel that, Ash. I usually hate family events. I also feel that. I was just recently, excluded from a family event. Shadow's work tried to do this at least once before, but they bailed partway through. Hopefully they bail again. When a family event goes as well, it's a nice surprise. True. I have been kind of hanging on, Ash. I have, you know, kind of same old, not doing great, not doing, could be worse kind of thing. Just kind of trying to chug along here. I am happy to see you, though. We do have a Twitch baby now, 9 months. What do you want to name the baby? Hey, excellent, Bob. To perceive such a puzzle and decipher it is no small feat. Actually, it's pretty, I think it's pretty small. Now take the sword that lies before you. It is none other than the Master Sword, the Blade of Evil's Bane. It is the only sword that can banish Ganon from the world above. You guys hear that? It's the Master Sword. Hubert Bartholomew Donut. Perfect. Sounds good. Everybody agrees that it's stupid to go in 3 days in a row once a month. I agree. I absolutely agree. Not twitchy. Hubert Bartholomew Donut. Look at that little baby emoji. I love that emoji. Can't even call it an emote like a cool kid. It has to be an emoji. Pretty obvious people get less work done in the obvious. Alright, I'm done talking for the day. In the office, too much talking and distractions. Baby Hubie. Look, everything's back alive. Oh no. Shoot. I think a mix of office work and home is ideal since people have such different needs and methods. The only thing I like about being in the office is zero accountability for the most part. At most jobs. As long as you show up. We got it, guys. Pog. We got the Master Sword. It even says you got the Master Sword. The legendary blade with the power to repel evil, once wielded by the legendary hero himself. Me? I'm the hero? Thanks for the pog, Ash. I always say let the people that want to be in the office. Yeah, like, so... The thing is, like, misery loves company, right? That was always how it was at my old job. It's like, well, how come he doesn't have to come into the office? Misery loves company, man. Finally got another job as well. I start tomorrow. Yo, congrats, Retro. I never call you Retro. I don't know why I said that. Congrats, RGV. That's awesome. That's fantastic news. Huh. I gotta take off your helmet, bro. Ouch. Need the helm splitter. There we go. Now we get that delicious, delicious spoils. And I get my ass kicked here as well. Get back over here. Sometimes you just feel like you'd be more productive in the office, and sometimes you know you'll get more done at home. Should be a decent amount of freedom, like flex days or something. I absolutely agree. I mean, these days, it's like everything has changed, and I think we've kind of proven that in a lot of industries, it's work from home is a very viable option. And if the people are doing their job and getting done what they need to get done, I don't think there should be any mandatory office time. If you want to, if you choose to, and you guys still have an office, you know, I think those people who want to be in the office should, you know, be allowed, but I don't think it should be a mandatory thing. As long as you've, again, as long as you've kind of showed that you're able to work productively from home, what is the issue? This guy's getting wrecked by his own homie. He is just getting he's... Thank you. This guy's absolutely destroying his friend here. He just... He's gonna kill him. Oh, there's a moblin behind me. Hang on. I'm having a hard time focusing on chat because I'm getting bombarded by 18 different enemies at one time. Bruh. I like how this Dark Knight's just taking out everyone around him. I can't see anything. There's large pillars in my way. Alright, come at me, bro. Alright, we still get the spoils. Let me... Oh, gosh. I feel like I missed a lot of chat here. I go to the office when I need to do things there. I don't want to have to commute at standard commute times. That too. That's another thing. Some people want to be in the office, focusing away from the chaos of home. And again, like those people, I feel like they should be allowed if they have an office environment to go to. You should be paid for commuting to work. Preach. I'm excited about making $2 more per hour than the last place. There you go. It's a nice bump. Congrats, man. It's awesome news. Yeah, so I've heard of places doing credit for transportation. On LinkedIn, I see these polls. What caused digital transformation in your business? And the top voted top voted option is Raisin Bran. I looked through a microscope. No working from home. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. And that's the other thing. Some jobs, it's not an actual thing where you have that option. But I think for the ones where it is, and the employees have proven themselves to be able to be productive, Without being in the office, it shouldn't matter. Oh yeah, merch. 25% off merch for subs to the channel. And that's only because I couldn't figure out how to do it for everyone. Yeah, the number one reason they want you back in the office is because of the the overhead that they paid, right? Collateral damage is perfectly acceptable in the monster horde. What's up, Ski? Let's you really work on your voice acting. Say this like you want me to go away. Who, me? Did I say something? Ah! Let me grab your spoils, you dum-dum. Thank you. Some of my friends have viable work-from-home jobs. I'm slightly jealous, but oh well. I can be less productive at home and watch you, or I can go to work, but not both. Watch me. That's my decision. Did I take care of everything? I think I did. Did we murder? Nope, there's a couple more over there. Yo, computer!
Twitch is granting me another alert. I also vote watch Meech. Meech love.
Computer, thank you so much for... I think that said 23 months. I'm scrolled up on chat and I can't... I'm like super far behind. Thank you so much, computer. Truly appreciate it, man. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for the 23, I think it was, months going towards our Skyward Sword Thunder Dragon. Let me catch up on chat. My last place closed one of their buildings or two while we were home. Yeah, I've heard of a lot of places doing that as well. There's sometimes not an office environment to even go back to. Many offices that function as drop-in workspaces. Pressure from downtown businesses to get more employees back in the office because restaurants are suffering. Oh, yeah, I guess that's a pretty good point. Trying to talk management into downsizing the spaces. You're starting to listen. We have like 7 offices for 30 people. Most work from home, yeah. Laid off with dozens of others. My supervisor was laid off 3 months before me, and the rest of the department was laid off. That also happened to me. I am playing on the Wii U version. RGB. It was 23. Thank you so much, computer, for the 23. Truly appreciated. It's not yet viable. No, it's not available via Switch Online. No, I don't think it will be, unless they add a GameCube thing. Moved during Raisin Bran, so it's like 200 plus miles away. Hope you're doing well today, computer. It's an elephant baby. You just happen to know the gestation period of an elephant offhand, Ash. Anyone who wants to buy Meachmert at the discount innocent sub, say something right now. Someone might gift you a sub. Oh, that's a mighty generous offer. There's a mighty generous offer, Gecko. If you guys are thinking about Meachmert, now might be the time. Thinking of the impossibility of gluten-free Raisin Bran hurts my head. I want cereal now. We did it. We destroyed everything. Get on it, yeah. I think it would be cool if they just made a Switch version of both Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. They need to make a Switch Online Full Zelda subscription where you get access to all the Zelda titles. That would make me very happy. Ooh. Pretty. Pretty area. Vaguely remember that it's just under 2 years, which is crazy. That is crazy. That's a very long time. Last place I worked made stupid business decisions. The CEO basically lined his pockets, then jumped ship to another business and left the mess for someone else. They weren't able to clean it up and the company laid us all off and went bankrupt. That's awful. That is so awful. What a CEO thing to do. Her gift me a sub and I came out of work. I think that applies to if you were making a merch purchase. I think that was the generous offer. I was playing NES Kirby. Oh, yeah, I meant to ask you how you're enjoying it, Future. I completely forgot. I saw you come in the chat and I was like, oh, I gotta ask her about Kirby. And then I went to the bathroom and I came back and completely forgot about it. I hope you're enjoying it. I got to the boss rush and I got a Nintendo error and the game crashed. All the progress I made. No! Really? Oh, that's terrible. Oh man, that stinks. Given this happened with NES Kirby, I couldn't imagine Switch having anything greater than N64 games. CDI games are also on the table. Exclamation TT if you guys want to see incentives for Triforce Tuesday. CDI games on original hardware, by the way, on the table for Triforce Tuesday. How are they charging $60 for ported Skyward Sword? Seems slightly too much, but maybe I'm wrong. No, I agree. I think everything's way too costly. Way too costly. Yo, what's up, Tech? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Nintendo L. Oh, I got you, Future. No worries. I understood it. Thank you for the lurk, Gecko. Good luck with your meeting. I think I'm finally caught up on chat here. Alright. So, now that we just did some of the main story, it's time to do more treasure hunting and side quests. But at least we got some of the main story out of the way. Buy a game once. I'm not into rebuying for every single system or change. That's what stinks. They charge you an arm and a leg for it. And then they keep re-releasing it. Yeah, Nintendo games have always been overinflated, I agree. It's such a pain. First things first, let's check out the treasure charts we got. You're doing well, I'm glad to hear, buddy. And I think our fishy friend is out there. There he is. Some bait out. Or did I... Wait, is my map already... I don't think it is it? No. Holy small fry! Everything is so colorful. This game is beautiful. I've done a fish fortune on you, small fry. What does that mean? And from what I can tell, it looks like you're fated to come to this place many times. That's not... Okay. And the keys that control the fate are none other than the lucky items known as the Triumph Forks. You've brought that up about 700 times already. Yeah, there's some sort of magical utensils. If you want to learn more about the Triumph Forks, talk to that guy, Tingle. Remember Tingle? That's what the fish fortune told me. Now, I know I may be only a fish, but my fortune telling is uncannily accurate. You'd better believe it, small fry. That's all the info I've got to offer. Thanks, man. I love how this game looks, never gets old. I absolutely agree. I like Kirby, but I'm not super good at controlling Kirby. I have a lot of eaten inputs because I need to time my inputs better. He doesn't turn on a dime, excuse me, so to speak. Have you played other Kirby games? Is this your first one? I know it's your first playthrough of this particular game, but I don't know if you've played other Kirbys in the past. Some Kirby games controlled differently. I agree. Yeah, that's why I'm asking. I'm curious. Some are more floaty, so that may be why. It's not your first Kirby. I played Superstar on Switch. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it varies from game to game. We gotta go that way. I think it varies from game to game how it controls, and from my recollection, I would agree that the NES Kirby's Adventure doesn't control that great, but I think a lot of Kirby games do control pretty well. Oh, okay, yeah. Superstars is such a great game. Yeah, agreed, Health. 100% agreed. We got some treasure over here. Yo, thank you for the water break, Pickle. The lag in Adventure. I'm really surprised you had that experience with that on the Switch. You have more buttons, you don't rely on the D-pad so much. That's very true. That's very true. Should I even bother picking up these small treasures? I guess here, aren't I? Thanks again, Pickle. I appreciate that. I need to finish my tea. Did I finish my tea? No. Finish my tea. Slow down sometimes. Lots of money. Lush with cash. Hosting a D&D game tonight. Not sure what to make for dinner for the crew. Any suggestions? I don't know why, but for some reason, nachos was the first thing that came to my mind. Like a really good plate of nachos, depending on what everybody likes. I feel like that's pretty versatile. That everybody can snack on and enjoy. In before you can have nachos for dinner. You can. Pasta Alfredo. Yeah, nachos and cheese. Circle chips and Kraft Cheese Whiz, whatever the heck. I can't read. You need groupers. Family style. Oh no. There we go. Popcorn and pretzels. North, right? Surely. Oh, this is not gonna be fun. Yoink. Alright. First of all, I don't remember how the heck crap works. There he is. Here's my buddy. Quite close. Can I get a picture of him? Like, does that count? Oh, it says it's good. I will take it. I didn't even have the chance. I didn't even have the chance to make that work. Had about 2 seconds to get the photo, and then I was done for. How do you pass time in this game? No, how does this? No. So on Saturday I planned I planned a Fear and Swiss Chard and Dahlia's on Saturday. It was nice. Very nice. Swiss Chard is some good stuff. Maybe some pizza style appetizers, veggies on flatbread or casserole. On Saturday I need to proofread better. I wasn't gonna call you out for it. I think there's one heart piece that I forgot to grab. So I'm kind of not that mad that I got blown over here. Because I do believe that I totally forgot. Once we got Hairboy on his date, I don't think I ever got the heart piece from that. Find out. The two of us are going to start dating. Don't we make a delightful couple? I'm so happy and all that. And that's why I want to share some of our happiness with you. There we go. I forgot all about it because I passed the time and they never went on the date. And then I forgot all about coming back here to getting that heart piece. So there we go. Got a little 15-minute or less meeting in a few. Good luck with your meeting. This chart is a delicious and very neon. Like that it keeps going into the fall and early winter. Get a lot of food out of that plant. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. It's good stuff, man. Okay, all I need to do is go south. And give this a second attempt. We do these every Tuesday and Thursday. I think because they keep longer meetings at bay. That's always good. Those are some bomb-ass suggestions. I think family-style nachos is a winner. Ooh! You have to take a picture of the nachos and post them in the Discord later. All right, can I do this time without getting destroyed? Did anybody notice like how off that arrow was and the delay of when it finally hit? All right, I don't know how that works, but we got it. Yeah, what's up, Misa? Good to see you. Thank you for the good luck. I'm playing on an actual Wii U. Original hardware, but not so original because it's a remake. That's a heck of an arm you got there. An arm? I guess? I don't know. And what did I? No one's ever been able to spot me in there before. Before now. You obviously have mastery of the air. The air? And now that we've established that you're quite the Wind Waker...
He said the name.
Pog! Let's see if you can handle this. I'm a genius. Hope you're doing good, Misa. Also, Instagram Reels are going crazy. Good job. Yo, thanks, man. I didn't even realize you were you were following me there or saw any of them. That's awesome. Thank you so much. You learned the Ballad of Gales. Wahoo! Is that Mario? Wahoo! In the hands that was like my best Chris Pratt Mario impression. Wahoo! Like super unenthusiastic. In the hands of a Wind Waker like you,
He said it again.
my adorable little cyclones will be as happy as can be. If you need to move the like the wind over the ocean deeps or depths? Shouldn't that be depths? Just call them my cyclones. Well, I guess I'll head home for now. See you down the road. All right, later, nerd. I did pasta Alfredo the first time and it was good. But nice to switch it up. Every session we rotate hosting, so it becomes dinner and D&D social. That's really cool, nummies. That's just cheese, lots of cheese in the oven. Did you attach an eyeball to that arrow, right? Thanks, Misa, for the kind words. Veggies on flatbread might be my next dinner idea. Hey guys, Chris Pratt here. And I'm Mario. Yeah. Wahoo! Okay, where's my 20 million? Koopas! I've always, when I was a kid, I loved playing Mario, and I remember stomping on, Koopas! Chris Prattfall. Have hair on me that won't come off. I mean, there's a lot of hairs on me that won't come off, but that's beside the point, I think. No, that's not what I want. Man, I love this Stormy Sea. Just know that someone in the cast of the Mario movie had to have been in the Mario category just for research. Get out of here. I thought the Mario movie was actually very, very good. I didn't love Chris Pratt's voice acting like at all. I thought it was pretty underwhelming at best, but the movie itself is really, really cute. Heard that as Bill Hader playing a character. Keepas and Koopas. Keepas, Koopas, princess and the others. That's how it goes, right? I remember Screech saying that someone DM'd him on Twitter who was in Hollywood saying he was a fan of his stream. Wow. That is amazing. I wish. I aspire to be like him. I'd like to believe that it's either Pete Davidson or Jack Black. That would be amazing. Either one of those. Pete Davidson's like a wet cigarette, dude. Coopers are funny. They just slide out of that shell kind of easy. Just slipping right out. I don't understand the Pete Davidson thing. Dude, I'm so far removed from, like, that sort of pop culture. I've got no idea what's going on. I just know that apparently everybody's in love with him. I don't even know... I didn't even know who he was. Like, I feel like he just came out of nowhere. Like, I didn't know he was an SNL guy or anything. Like, I've never heard of his name before recently. With all the, like, Kim Kardashian, Kanye West drama and everything. Below 10 million. It's so wild. Bill Hader playing Christopher Walken. Koopas. You got the Koopas. The Keepas. Your daddy kept this Koopa up his ass for 2 years. When I was a kid, I played a lot of Mario. I remember stomping on Koopas. Hank Hill impression. I gotta get Hank Hill. I gotta bring him up. I don't know who this Pete Davidson fella is. I'll tell you what, he doesn't look like he's in his right mind. I know my son Bobby likes to stomp on Koopas, but I don't think that's good for his young brain. Be playing those violent video games, I'll tell you what. As I sit here and shoot arrows at flying toucan Sams. Christopher Walken is truly underappreciated. I never liked that Annie Hall movie. Hank Hill doing a Walken impression. Now, I don't do impressions, mister. The only thing I do is work hard and provide for my family, I tell you what. Make a pizza order and have this accent? I don't know what you mean, this is just my voice. Every time I order pizza, I sound like this. Got a golden feather. Right, that's enough of Hank. Oh no, what does Hank think of the jerky boys? Charcoal or propane? Propane! What do you mean? Don't even ask. That's not even a question. Hank Hill is my favorite streamer. Darndest impression I've ever heard. Walking talking about the Koopas. Hank Hill think of the jerky boys. ha. I don't much care for prank calls. I think it's rude and a waste of people's time. Wants to eat carcinogens. You take that back, mister. I'm gonna kick your ass. Thank you for the Hank Hill impression. Redemption. Impression redemption. Carcinogens are kind of tasty. Order pizza as Hank Hill on stream. Maybe we can do that someday. Thank you for the impression. You are welcome. Thank you for the redemption. Later. No, yeah, I know. It doesn't have to be a prank. Just order in that voice and see if anybody says anything about it. And then what? Eat the pizza? What kind of crazy world do you think we live in? Order pizza as Hank Hill sounds like an incentive. Yeah, I'm gonna have to paywall that one. Hank Hill is always respectful. You got that straight. Look forward to that day. Eat the pizza as Hank Hill. He's eating pizza. This guy's eating pizza. Dad, why are you eating all the pizza? Shut up, Bobby. He's eating it, Omegle. This prank is just it's gone so far. He's eating the pizza. I haven't seen King of the Hill in ages. You can see it here. Every day. You should sound really mad if they start saying that. You sound like Hank Hill, yeah. What do you mean? This is just how I talk. I don't think it's really nice of you. I would like to speak to your manager. I don't think it's right to make fun of people's voices. Call back. Give a positive review as Hank Hill. He's scarfing it down like a mad lad. Gosh darn it, I don't sound like no god-dang cartoon, I tell you what. It happens all the time. People always telling me I don't even know this show, King of the Hill. Is that something to do with that Fortnite? How much for the pizza order bit? Opening my PayPal. I don't know. I can't do it today. I wouldn't be able to do it today, but maybe we can do this at some point. Yo, welcome back, Future. I hope your meeting went well. Can you do boom hair? I'm talking dang old pizza, man. Dang old Hank. I'm talking pizza. Need to go north. God dang it, I'm getting tired of everyone saying I sound like this Hank Hill fella. Like I'm supposed to know who that is. I might be trolling. They go, hey man, just trying to get pizza, dude. Fucking, why? Suffer through interpretation. Oh, I need to go more north. What am I doing? Boom hour would be too far. pre-record some stuff as Boomhauer playing in the background. That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. Save Boomhauer for calling Comcast. You could order as Hank and then give the review as Boomhauer. After you get mad, you should say, anyway, anything you got? Bill, Dale, Boomhauer, you guys want anything? Why do you keep calling me Bill? Dang old order garlic nuts, man. Fucking pepperoni. That. Oh my god, I'm getting destroyed. What are you doing up there? Get down from there, you crazy wizrobe. God dang, the internet's down again. I've been calling y'all dang old... Every time I'm busy all day, man. I'm talking... No, not the mini blends. I can't find, there we go. No, it keeps, it keeps targeting the stupid mini blends. I need to be able to get the wizrobes. This is the worst. What if I just go up here? Leave me alone. Would you target the stupid wizrobe? This is awful. Is it really like not reaching? There we go. Don't forget the dang old garlic dipping sauce, man. Maybe it would be ranch dipping sauce. Yeah, true. From a Reddit post, there are 4 key things you have to add. Talking about dang old man. I'll tell you what. Try to include man as much as possible. Never have any of these right next to each other. Talking about dang old foot, man. Just all of them. Hey, hang, man, that dang old truck, man. I almost flipped, man. I'm talking about lit, man. And you also have, like, you have to have those residual sort of noises that come after where he just doesn't complete a thought, where it's just like, dang, well, just like these little bits. Oh, the platform chart. Can you... What? Hello? Can you move, please? Link, what is your problem? Grew up in Texas, worked at a pizza place in high school. Yes, we do. Yes, it would. The only other sauce would be marinara, but only those two. Mail comes at 11 o'clock in the morning. Turns into, I'll tell you what, man, a dang old mail. Man, dang old 11 o'clock, man. talking about dang old more, man. We're saying these out loud, try to stutter at the beginning. The 4 key things, but not on all of them. I want to have people you're talking to be able to just barely understand what you're saying. Hopefully I'm doing a good enough job. I feel like I'm following the rules so far. Knocking it out of the bark. Nope, that's not right. Please don't do it without me. I need this in my life. I will figure it out someday. Hello? There we go. If people put as much effort into slowing global warming as they did into talking like Boom Hour, if it gets 1 degree hotter, I'm gonna kick your ass. That's an actual quote. I think that's the first episode. I think actually. They'll grow oranges in Alaska. I got ranch on my pizza now as a side dipping, or at home with some ranch dressing, and my gluten-free looks at me like I just French kissed the cat. I don't like ranch at all. Each has a master's degree in King of the Hill. I maybe have watched a bit too much of it. Maybe a bit. Thank you for the beak stretch, Ash. I'll actually do that in just a moment here. Okay, Misa, no worries. Oh, there's the treasure. There is the treasure. Ah, Gulagoon. If you're forgetting a key part, you need to insert a topical reference to the sentence meaning. Life will throw... No, look, I will throw a dang old curveball, man. A dang old Sandy Koufax. Oddly, I love Mexa Ranch. I've never even heard of that. Blend of that seasoning, and it's a different food. Team meeting went short. Very nice, Gecko. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna take the beak stretch from Ash, and I'm also gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we'll continue on. Hang tight. Ash, thank you so much for the big stretch. McMurdo, thank you for the lurk, bud. I hope you're doing well. Great to see you. I gotta make a few phone calls. Just wait to do anything funny till I get back. Welcome back. Store brand craft. My fiance likes putting salsa in his salad and using ranch. Is it kind of like that? Is this a new episode or a rerun? I could make my own brand new episodes. We'll just call it Hank. We'll just call it Hank of the Hill. And it'll just be all Hank all the time. Okay, so... I think I want to drop off some photos at, yeah. Some photos over at the Nintendo Gallery. I hate ranch by itself. Yeah, I can't stand ranch. Ranch is gross. I love ranch enough for everyone who hates it. I know a lot of people who just absolutely live by ranch. Dang old ranch, man. Barbecues also. Talking. Good old Texas barbecue sauce. Mix ranch and ketchup for chicken wings. I don't think you could make a more repulsive concoction to me personally, unless it was like ketchup and mayonnaise. That might be the only worst thing. I am not a fan. I think ketchup is legitimately like one of the grossest things on earth, and I'm not exaggerating. That's genuinely how I feel. Pretty sure my friend that I dated in college has ranch in his arteries. What? Only food I don't care for is cantaloupe. I love cantaloupe. What? What about catsup? Oh, he's doing plenty of milk. I have friends like that. My friend Kevin will eat so much ranch. I know quite a few people who are big time on the ranch. Your figurine base request has been fulfilled. Fantastic. Can I give you new photos? I never did make a spreadsheet. I meant to make a spreadsheet or slash checklist for myself, and I suppose I got occupied with other things. So maybe later today I'll try to remember to do so. I love ketchup, or catsup as it used to be spelled. Wait, what? I already gave him this? He doesn't want it? Okay. Suit yourself, bud. What about these homies? Can I have all my potential cantaloupes? Is that really like the one food that you won't eat? There's nothing else that you really don't like? That's pretty impressive. 'Cause I'm such a picky eater. There's about 2 billion things that I won't eat. It's easier to make a list of things that I will eat than a list of things that I won't. Where do I want to go? How many times have I been going to do that? Oh, where do I don't know where I want to go. I think we'll go here. I'm going to complete, now that I have the Ballad of the Gales, to just warp around. I'm actually going to complete the trade-in sequence that we sort of kicked off last week. I'm picking 2 in an effort to operate better. I started eating foods I don't like. They still aren't good to me, but tolerable. I do feel better and function better. I don't know if I could get down foods that I genuinely don't enjoy. I think that's my biggest problem. Why? Hello? How come I'm not able? Why am I not able to move my anything? What? What is going on? I can't select it. What? What was that all about? Okay. Really cool. I don't know what the issue was, but I couldn't do anything with my controller. Things like potato salad and egg salad. I will eat, it depends how it's made. I will eat potato salad and egg salad. As long as there's no mayonnaise present. There's a bunch of different ways you can make those things, especially like a German potato salad. I try cantaloupe every few years. A glitch in the matrix. There he is. There's who I'm looking for. Yeah, I am the no mayo guy, man. Get it away from me. Now that we've just taken a picture of this fine fella, let's talk to him. That's how interactions go, right? You take pictures of them, and then you approach them to talk to them. There we go. I'm what you call a traveling merchant. Yes, I'm just a cheery fellow who bobs between waves in search of all manner of rare items. Cracked and pristine, wild and woolly. That was my nickname in high school, Wild and Woolly. I came from distant lands, plural, because I heard there was a treasure of great worth on this island, but I can't find a thing. I thought perhaps my fate would cross with that most mystic of rare items, the fabled shop guru statue, but it seems as though I'm off the mark yet again. By the by, for some reason, looking at that delivery bag of yours gives me the sneaking suspicion that you might have some rare treasure hidden in its depths. If you have anything even slightly out of the ordinary in there, would you mind trading it to me? Anything at all? This knapsack I'm lugging around is stuffed full of all sorts of wondrous things. Wondrous! Why don't you show me what you've got, and I'll show you what I'll trade for it. Here you go, bud. Have a flower. Huh? That's a town flower, is it not? In that case, would you be interested in trading for this sea flower? Ooh, how pretty. Most worthy than my fee will be. Well, I suppose 20 rupees. You're charging me? You're charging me, you freak? Thanks, that's those things. I'll give you your item as promised. Hold out both hands. Put it there. Put it in my hands. Oh gosh, that's a lot of hearts. I don't like oysters either, but I will happily eat clams and mussels. I won't touch seafood. Well, I'm also a vegetarian, so that shouldn't come as a surprise. But I didn't like seafood even when I wasn't a vegetarian. String beans? Yeah, I don't like most beans. Mayo mixed with something? Okay, fine. A spoon. Ah! I don't even want to read that. I don't mind those beans in beef stew because everything in the stew just tastes like stew. Mayo and ranch aren't meant to be eaten alone. Most condiments are not. I mean, I do like hot sauce and barbecue sauce. Like, I suppose I could eat those alone, but I don't ever, unless I'm doing like some sort of hot sauce challenge. I eat strange things. I've tried even spreading a very thin layer of mayo on a sandwich, still like forcing down the grossest pill. I'm with you. I'm with you, Phil. So we got the sea flower, so by trading your goods for my goods, we formed a merchant's oath. As such, from now on, I shall honor our merchant's oath by sending shipments of my product to the Windfall Island shop. Is the camera supposed to be doing that? Or is there drift? Is this Joy-Con drift on the Wii U? What is happening right now? Is the camera meant to be doing that? What is going on? I feel like this is not supposed to be happening. What is happening? Why is my game broken? How, you ask? Why, my good pal, the postman, will take it there for me. So it'll likely get there before you do. I can't concentrate with this camera. Just head back to Windfall and see for yourself. Okay, now it's fixed. Thanks again. Alright, nothing's moving. I have full control. I don't think it's supposed to do that. Very cinematic. Oh man. I don't think it's meant to do that. Somebody play the game and get to this point and let me know. I hope you're doing well, McMurdo. Always a pleasure, man. Here, what do you think of this? That's a sea flower, is it not? Yeah, it's almost like you just gave it to me. In that case, would you be interested in trading for that for this exotic flower? Most worthy than my fee will be. Oh, I'll give you a huge deal on this. 25 rupees will do just fine. Arg! That settles things. I'll give you your item as promised. Hold out both hands. Come on, guys. Hold them out. We got an exotic flower. It's a refreshing flower. It blossoms in the tropical regions to the south. If you find a place to put it... I guess the camera's just meant to do that? I feel like this is so... unnerving. I don't like it. By trading your goods for my goods, we formed a merchant's oath. He's just going to repeat himself, so I'm just going to spam through the text. I'm Thanks. How's the stream today? It's going alright. McMurdo, thank you for asking. I'm glad you're doing well. Why did I break my Wii U? Given today's events, I fully expected this Wii U was going to start smoking at the end of Twilight Princess and it'll shut off right as the credits finish. I just hope we can get through it. HD quality of life improvements. What did I miss? A very strange, some strange camera behavior, some cinematic adventures shot by, I don't know, Quentin Tarantino himself. Alright, now unfortunately, you can't trade that directly back to him like we could the last one. So we gotta travel. We're in the middle of a, well, not in the middle of, we've just started a trading side quest here. Dummies. Oh, the game was canceled tonight? GM hurt herself this weekend, so no notches. Aw, man. I hope she's okay. This away. Again, oddly like some flared aioli. See, I don't even do aioli because of it being mayo. I can't do it. It's gross. She's fine, hurt herself in roller derby, so it's her fault. That's amazing. That is a woman who could kick my butt. Crazy kid. However, you should still nachos. I do agree with that. You should still nachos. I don't remember if all the merchants count as different photos. But we're gonna take a photo of each one of them. Because it's not weird and creepy at all to behave like this. Oh, no, I don't want to throw it away. I need to talk to him first. Hey, have we met somewhere before? Aren't you? No, couldn't be me, but I'm a poor traveling merchant. And he just tells me the same thing. Maybe not. My dream has always been to someday open my own shop, but plans have a way of getting delayed, and now it's been 30 years since I started. Time certainly laughs at us all, huh? Ain't that the truth, buddy? You know what? This game has gotten a little too real for me. I'm going to turn it off and go cry. And still, day in and day out, rain or shine, I spend my days looking for curiosities and rare items. Which reminds me, that delivery bag of yours looks like it might have a rare treasure in it. Yeah. Let's trade. Here. Huh? Why, that's an exotic flower, isn't it? In that case, would you be interested in trading for that sickle moon flag? That's pretty cute, huh? Satisfactory, then my fee will be 40 rupees. That settles things. I'll give you your item as promised. Hold out both your hands. Does he rotate too? Let's find out. He does. Okay, I guess that's just what is meant to happen here. And he tells me the exact same thing about the Merchant's Oath. Also, would you like a sickle moon flag, perhaps? Huh? Why, that's a sickle moon flag, isn't it? I like how they're so surprised about the thing that they just gave me. Would you be interested in trading that for this fountain idol? Sure, dude. Satisfactory, then my fee will be... Here's a little blemish! I'll need 65 rupees, and you gave it to me! What a jerk. What a jerk. Hold out your hands. Yeah, Merchant's Oath. I'm sad that my Razer Xbox controller has a slightest bit of drift. It's only seen with Mario Golf Super Rush Adventure Mode. I use an adapter so it works on Switch. and I can do something to correct it when it happens. It's very subtle. I have to keep an eye to see if it gets worse over time. Is Hesu in this? He is not. She's all of 4'5". You could probably take her. Probably not. Probably not. ESA 9. Yes, it's Zagoron. PSA 9. Oh man. NPCs have short memories. Don't be mad at the goldfish. Young Waker of the Winds, how did you manage to find this place? And the Queen of the Fairy World, I've been awaiting your arrival even, but now is not yet the time for us to meet. You still have many challenges to overcome. You seek to protect an individual very dear to you. Yes, I know of her. There is yet another in this world whom you must protect. Come visit my fountain again when you have met that individual, and the time has come for you to face new challenges. At that time I shall show you my true self. Okay, I believe you. I don't actually remember whether or not I can teleport here or if I have to teleport somewhere else and then come here. No, I can't. I can't just leave. Okay, fair enough. That's a bit annoying. How tall am I? 5'8". Apparently it's the only determining stat in a fight to me is the height. I also am not strong and don't weigh very much. David had a weapon, so that's cheating. Turn. Cheat that way, SpongeBob. I also don't really have it in me to fight anyone, especially not a woman. So I think she'd have a good chance of winning. I don't think I would put up much of a fight. Ow, stop. It hurts. I'm gonna bruise. Oh god, I'm kidding. Please don't cancel me. Hello, little Korok. Somebody remind me that I definitely took a picture of this one at Great Fairy Isle. Because we're gonna have to actually do this soon as well. Full quest. As usually, we take a picture of somebody before approaching them. I'm what's called a traveling merchant, just a poor wanderer cruising the world in search of rare objects of all sorts, new, old, strange, and unsettling. Unsettling? I detected a scent wafting from this island that suggested to me that there might be something of value here, so I sailed my tiny raft all this way from far, far away. But the high rock wall on the main island blocks my way, so it seems as though I won't be able to get much farther. What a disagreeable turn of events. However, my boy, that delivery bag of yours smells to me as if it might be home to rare and unique items. Do you want? Do you want? Do you want? Gotta bounce for now. Good luck. Thank you for the good luck health. Good luck to you as well. I can't stop sneezing. Bless you. Oh, why that's a fountain idol, right? In that case, would you be interested in trading for this big sail flag? Sure. Most agreeable, then my fee will be... Yeah, I've got a cheap deal for you. How about 35 rupees? Thanks, that squares us. Here's your item as promised. Hold up with your hands. Hey, how come... Oh, did the bless command not work because it's a reply? I don't know how that works. We got the big sail flag. Yeah, merchant's oath. Also, do you want a big sail flag, perhaps? Huh? Why, that's a big sail flag, right? In that case, would you be interested in trading that for my big catch flag? Look how cool that flag is. I love that. Most agreeable, then my fee will be... That thing you gave me looks kind of old. You gave it to me, dude. I'll need 85 rupees in exchange, okay? How do you have a problem with the exact thing that you gave me? Here's your item as promised. Hold out both of your hands. You got the big catch flag. Made by a fisherman from a foreign land that designed and encouraged a big haul of fish. I think that's a cool design. Really like that one. The moon flag, no. What? Where are you going, Link? Oh yeah, it might have been because it was a reply. I don't know how that works. When I have a sneezing fit, I just stop breathing through my nose, and that helps sometimes. I like the feeling of sneezing. You should, excuse me, you should... I think you're supposed to always let out your sneezes. I believe. Not supposed to hold them back. Stop them. Look at all the fun stuff he's got now. I probably should have been reading that. He's just talking about how he's opened his store and that the postman has delivered the stuff that we're trading. Ooh, I get the magic armor. Cool. So I won't expend any rupees. If I'm not getting hit. This is the only heirloom I brought with me when I moved here from my hometown, while excluding the lovely sail you purchased from me earlier, of course. It's a magical heirloom, one that calls up a mysterious power to protect your body from harm. Of course, you can use it even when you are sailing the open seas. My dear, please use this to protect yourself as you seek out more merchants, I beg of you. And please be on the constant lookout for new and exciting products. Not that I have anything left to reward you with if you find any. But yeah, we did actually get the reward, but there's other things we can still get. Secret of Mana. Take that. Did I just do that from here? I don't... Yeah, I thought so. Can't just transport from anywhere. Yo, Riggs, what's up, man? How's it going? Hope you're doing well today. It's always good to see you. I'm hanging in there, dude. Thank you for asking. If you've never played SNES Secret of Mana, you'd probably love it. Bean? I have not played it. I've heard of it. But I have not played it myself. I don't even know what type of game it is, honestly. Is it an RPG? Gray and rainy day. Oh, really? You're not getting good weather. Glad you're doing good. Here you go, buddy. Action RPG? What's an action RPG? So he's gonna give me the hero's flag for the big sale flag. His fee is, cause it's in need of repair apparently. It's 75 rupees. Yeah, thanks, dude. There's gonna be a Nintendo Direct tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Mitri time. That should be interesting. Like Zelda Link to the Past, but with a small party. Oh, interesting. I might have to check that out. Maybe if that's something that somebody wants to suggest for a casual Friday game, that is now a redemption. Or maybe you can try and spin the wheel if you can stump me on a question that I don't want to answer. Huh, that's a hero's flag, is it not? In that case, would you be interested in trading for the postman statue? Yes. Yes, I would. My fee will be... I need at least 100 rupees for this one, I'm afraid. Good thing I'm loaded right now. They fight on their own, but you can give them commands and cast spells, or you can switch to a different party member. Interesting. Basically Zelda with more than one character. You can switch characters on the fly. Walk around together. Oh gosh. Excuse me. On screen at the same time. That sounds interesting. Secret Mana is a pretty popular title. I've never played it, but heard about it lots. Same here. You can level up your stuff. Hello, fellow millennial gamer who was also born before Taylor Lautner. There's a name I haven't heard in a while. What's up, Tails? I hope you're doing well. Secret Mana is incredibly satisfying. Taylor Lautner. Oh, I can't... All of a sudden... There we go. I don't know why it does that. My controller just, like, freezes. I have no ability to do anything. You are more rested. Well, that sounds good. I think that's probably a good thing, right? No, I haven't watched Clone High. I definitely have to. Man, so much stuff I need to do and watch. I feel like I never have time for anything. I always feel like I'm crushed under the weight of time. I never feel like I can breathe. Of course, it's a good thing to be more rested. You function better when you're more rested. This is true. Ooh, a blue chew. I didn't see you there before. We'll take your jelly. Thank you very much. Here you go, friend. I brought you something. Huh? Why, that's a postman statue, right? In that case, would you be interested in trading that for the shop guru statue? Sure. Most agreeable, then my fee will be super rare, so how about 200 rupees? Squares us. Here's your item. We got it. We got the shop guru statue. Yeah. Merchant's oath. Blah, blah, blah. I've realized that we really have to pick and choose when it comes to what we include. Include in what? Oh yeah, just in time in general, for sure. It's hard. I feel like I cannot balance time at all. I feel like I never used to have this problem, but now I very much feel like I do. I always feel stressed out about time and what I'm doing. Never feels like there's enough hours in the day, ever. Is that the shop guru statue? Such a divine figure. Surely this was none other than the legendary individual who reigns at the peak of the business world. Oh, most worthy day. Wow, my lifelong dream has at long last come true. Such joy. This is my thanks to you for fulfilling my dream. It's a heart-filled reward, brimming with gratitude. Hold out your hands. Hi, we got the piece of heart. So that's the main objective for the trading sequence, but because I am 100%ing the game, as you know, there's actually still more for me to get. What time is it? Almost time for a break. I wonder how much more I can get done. Going very minimalistic, keeping only a handful of active goals in my local environment. I mean, it's good to know what you want to accomplish, what you want to do, and everything. Important. I do have a chart here that I'm currently consulting to know what I need to trade where, and to get all the items in the shop here. I think I need an exotic flower. Okay, I need an exotic flower. We get that. We got that, we got that. Did we get that? I think we did. Yes, we did. We got that. We didn't get that. How do I get that? How do I get that? Okay, that's how. Okay, well, you just need 2 more items, it seems. So we can accomplish this, and then I'll go for a break, and then we'll come back and honestly complete more adventure side quest fun stuff. I have to trade that there. Okay. It's slightly closer. Nope, I'm heading the wrong way. Where are you? Where am I turning? Hang on a sec. There we go. Go for that. Okay. Boink. Hopefully this gets me what I need. Oh, what do you mean? Running a business is a tense effort, but one still shouldn't work too much. That's why my father taught me, and that's what my father taught me. That's why I only trade 3 items per day. Business is a tense effort. Working too much is bad for your health. That's what my dad taught me. So can I? No, wait. How does this? Can I just pass the time and then make him think that he's allowed to trade with me? Alright, hey, I got a new item for you. Huh? Why that's an exotic flower, right? In that case, would you be interested in trading that for my pinwheel? Yes, I actually would. Thank you very much. Most agreeable my fee will be 55 rupees for a pinwheel. Here's your item as promised. Thanks, dude. A cute little pinwheel. Okie dokie, one more to go. That's a fountain idol, is it not? In that case, would you be interested in trading that for this skull tower idol? Sure. Most worthy my fee will be. The colors on that thing are offering. The colors on the thing you're offering have faded most terribly, so 60 rupees. This is my favorite Zelda. What's up, Miss Liz? Good to see you. You've been doing well. That settles things. I'll give you your item as promised. Without both hands. There we go. Okay. That's the entire trading sequence completed. All items acquired. That's 100% baby. Yeah, I'm hanging in there, Miss Liz. Thank you for asking. Glad you're doing alright. This is such a wonderful Zelda game. It did eventually come into its own. I think it's very appreciated now. And it was very much not appreciated when it came out. But I think the general consensus is that this is a very well-loved game. Which is great. When my son was 3, he played this like crazy. It's very nostalgic for me. That's really cool. Starting him young. I love it. I don't think I played my first Zelda till I was maybe 6 or 7. Maybe 5 at the earliest. I guess it's possible that I was 5. Ah, yes, my figurine request has been fulfilled. Thank you. I have new ones for you. Yes, quite inspiring, I know. Oh, so they do all count as one. That's kind of what I suspected, but obviously worth trying it out, of course. Here we go. Alright. That is going to be break time for me real quick. For a few moments. And then when we come back, we're of course going to do more. Now he just plays Minecraft and racing games. Aw, man. Need to get back into Zelda. Alright. Switch it up here for a sec. Okay. We're back. Back with more. Mom spaghetti, I'm ready. I ended it in a perfect spot here. Food. Oh no, Link, what are you doing? Bob, whoever you are. Where's Pickle for the gameplay time? What voices are available for the bits? Is there a list, or do you just type in whatever? I think the command might not work. There you go. You just click on that link and it'll tell you everything that's available. There's the voices you can do, there's noises, like sounds and stuff that you can do. And it shows you exactly how to do them as well. Like how you have to input them. Okay. Yeah, fun sound effects that continue to scare the living daylights out of me. There we go, we got some forest water. You can use it multiple times, but it loses its forest freshness after just 30 minutes. After that, it becomes normal water. So it's time to go. We have a little job to do here. Actually, I think I put out a short form video, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, everything. This weekend of me actually getting scared. Getting scared by the TTS. Exclamation socials if you want to follow me elsewhere. It's not mandatory, but it is appreciated. I do have 2 YouTube channels. The second one has like longer VODs of things like Triforce Tuesday and Casual Fridays. My main channel has a lot of the short form videos, my PBs, and I would like to put more on there, but I just haven't been able to make that work yet. Have you rescued your sister yet? I have not. I have not. Yeah, that's the right reaction. November. I think that's pretty reasonable. I'm lollygagging around. Oh, what am I doing? Do we think she's still okay? Ah, she's probably fine. She's probably fine. Probably get our story straight as to why it took so long. What do you think we should say? Hello, Mr. Korok boy. Take a picture of you for the records. We'll water your little tree. Easy to remember, believable, can't get mad at us. Yay. There's my boat. Thanks for watering this sentient tree that knows it's alive and would scream if it had the ability to do so. Much like in good old Majora's Mask. Hope you guys are enjoying this playthrough. I know it's... You know, there's not a ton of action or anything, but I like the kind of chill, laid-back environment. We do have a lot to do still in terms of the story, but I do really enjoy just kind of sailing around and finding treasure and doing side quests and stuff. Find it pretty relaxing. The right kind of chill. Ouch. Ouch. Hello, Korok friend. Take your picture for the records, of course. And let's water your tree friend as well. Alright, that's 2. For my boat. Yahaha! Look at that sky. So pretty. I think this one's at the top of the island. Somewhere. Oh wait, is it this one? Yeah, I think I see him up there. I think it's just right here. I hear him. Here's a little rattling. Hello, sir. May I take your photo? And water your plant? Thank you, Phil, for the 100.
I'm spaghetti, Lisa. He's nervous.
Oh, what happened? Oh, you got scammed, Phil. I'm very sorry. I unfortunately have zero control over that. I don't know why that happens. Ah, I'm very sorry, Phil. Thank you so much for the 100.
Chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool, looking out my telescope, over the pool. When a couple of pirates, they was up to no good, starting chasing birds through my neighborhood. I lost one little sister and my grandma got scared. Said you sailing with those pirates, to save your sis from that lair.
That's pretty good. Thank you, November, for the 100. Twitch fail, yes. You have to do your best Bart voice and finish the message. I can't do Bart. Oh man, I can't do Bart at all. I can do it in a different voice. No, I really can't. I genuinely can't. I know where my strengths and weaknesses are. Bart is not a strength. I do appreciate it though. I am very sorry you got scammed. Oh, go away. I seem to have parked my boat too far away. Yeah, some commas apparently are a thing that we have noticed somehow sometimes have an effect on it. I'm not sure if that's what caused it. I really don't know. It seems very finicky. He's nervous but looks calm, ready to drop. Yeah, it doesn't look like you said anything that TTS wouldn't say. Like in terms of like vulgarity or anything like that, so I genuinely don't know what the issue is there. Tower of the Gods. Thank you, Phil, for the 100. You didn't have to do that.
Spaghetti Lisa, he's nervous.
Why? Oh, why did you get scammed twice? Oh, that makes me so mad. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. Oh, that makes me so mad. Broken Bart. What's up, Shawing? I'm so sorry. Oh, why doesn't TTS just do what it's supposed to? I know you're around here somewhere. Where are you? There you are. How you doing, Sean? Good to see you. I've lost a few bits. Yeah, you have. Can't get past nervous. That's so weird. I really wish I understood, like, what triggered that to happen, you know? Or that I could just replay the message somehow, but I can't even do that. Happy Tuesday! I hope you're doing good. How's the main story going? Well, we completed the Tower of the Gods and got the Master Sword. And now I've taken a small break from the main story once again to do some side quests and treasure hunting. Just because the game is so huge and there's so much to do for 100%. So I gotta complete everything in a manageable fashion. I've been busy finishing my music compositions, hence why you haven't seen me online again. I've been practicing offline. Nice. Very cool. I hope everything's been going well. Compositions and all. Somebody gave me a sub, so I threw a few dollars down. Well, I do appreciate it. I do feel bad that people get scammed with TTS. I don't understand why that's an issue, and only occasionally. Water your tree. Alright, 2 more to go. I believe in the original version of Wind Waker on the GameCube, I think you only have 20 minutes for the forest water to run out. A little slow on finishing, but the ideas are more or less there. Excuse me. I'm almost done with one, and the other is almost halfway. Just have to keep writing. Well, I wish you luck. Computer got tired of Eminem. There you go. That's a good excuse. Whoa. Almost got taken out there. For store brand, I've practiced everything, just the zips I haven't done yet. If you need help with anything, feel free. Are you using a tutorial of some kind, or are you just watching runs, or what are you doing? I'd be more than happy to show you anything you need. Where are you going? I know we took a picture of this guy, but I just want to be double safe. Make sure we got all the little Koroks. Do the roar? What is the roar? Dino roars? The roar. Shrek Kid? I think the reference is going a bit over my head, sorry. Watching runs mainly yours and Endy and a bit of my own. I would really recommend Tremaine in second place. I would really recommend watching his run too. And then kind of piecing everything together. Endy does some pretty difficult stuff, but and Ichi's as well. I would actually yeah, I would recommend Tremaine's and Ichi's. But yeah, if you need anything, I'd be more than happy to like give you a detailed explanation of anything at all. You just let me know, buddy. There's a kid in one of the Shrek movies, like a chubby kid with his dad. And he's like, do the roar to Shrek. Yeah, I don't know that. I would have to look that up, see if I can find it. There we go. I think that's all of them. Yeah, let's go. Big tree. Neat. Oh, just how the zip is set up. So ladder zips are completely free. If you're doing a zip on the ladder, It's totally free. You just want to be... Well, for most of them, you're already where you need to be as soon as you hit down. But you just need to be low enough. It's the pixel before you transition screens, so even if you were to go down too far, you can just tap up and transition back, showing. And once you transition back, don't move, and then you just hit A and B together at the same time, and that's your zip. As long as you're far down enough on the ladder, most of the times it's kind of, you're automatically placed there. But as long as you're far down enough, it's totally free. The other zips, when you're falling from an area on the screen, like in the Wily stages when you're just falling, or doing the one before the cat screen, that you have to... That's a frame perfect trick where... Oh, thanks, for real. That's a frame perfect trick where you have to shoot hard knuckle on the exact frame that you're transitioning. So those are much harder to do. But the ones on the ladders are completely free. We're gonna do any Wind Waker glitches? No. I don't think so. I have shown off like small glitches in some of the other Zelda games. I don't think I have much to offer for the Wind Waker in terms of glitches. Not that I can think of off the top of my head. I might be able to think of one or two. Yeah, you shoot heart knuckle on the same frame you're transitioning in the screen. Exactly. And that's why it works so easily on the ladder, because you're letting go of the ladder and shooting hard knuckle at the same time, so the screen's transitioning while you're shooting. That's why it's totally free. Just A and B at the same time, and you're good to go. I want to go get a sub, but it feels like 33. I don't even know what it's like here. Says... Oh, it's only 24. Yeah, I forgot I had a weather command. It just went up another degree, now it's 34. Oh no. Alright, let's get out all our Koroks here. Did you... Wait, what? So 1, 8... There we go, so... No, so it's the last one. First one. Okay. Apparently I've given him quite a few... What? When did I take all these pictures? I don't even remember taking all these pictures. 3, 4? I don't remember taking all these pictures of Koroks. Okay, apparently I only needed 2. Let me just double check everything. Picture number 1. He doesn't want it. Picture number 2. He doesn't want it. Picture number 3. I'm just saying this out loud for my own benefit. To keep my own sanity here. Picture number 4. He doesn't want it. I'm just triple checking. Picture number 5. He doesn't want it. And picture number 6. He doesn't want it. Okay. I didn't realize I took that many pictures of Koroks. Let's get rid of them. Pretty hilarious way to know that. Bring parasols back. We probably should. No wait, how does this go? Also been planning to do a few Mega Man 2 runs just because on the weekly race I was minus 14 out of heat, man. Nice. So many factors. I was disappointed that the new Zelda game doesn't save your camera pictures to the SD card as screenshots. Yeah, that's kind of a bummer. I agree with that. Yeah, open each picture and then screenshot it yourself, right? Shouldn't be shame in using a shade umbrella. People just have to start. That's true. It's true. Hang on, I just want to look because I feel like something went wrong. Completely botched it on Woodman, but was definitely a 30 pace. Dang. I'm sorry to hear that showing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 8 Koroks. Okay. If you say so, bro. Yeah, 34 is like way too high, plus too much humidity. 100% filling an SD card though. Might be okay if they had a clickbox options to save the SD. That's true. That would be kind of cool. It'd be annoying if it was forced that he didn't want them. I got hit 3 times on the bat screen. Oh, really? Too low on energy. I died at the Chicans. Oh no. That's such a bummer showing. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know. I still want I want to play Mega Man 2, but my mind is on store brand. So I just don't want to get rusty from it. Checkbox setting or something would be perfect for that. It would be. I agree. I can't press the screenshot button enough. I guess here is good. Thank you for the lurk for real. Need to lurk. Reading text and playing some Diablo 4. No worries. Thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. It's what I say to me on Mega Man 1. My focus is on Mega Man 2. But I don't want to get rusty on Mega Man 1. That's the thing, like... I really want to grind store brand right now because I'm just having fun with it, and it's not that I'm not having fun with Mega Man 2, but I'm not focused on it. I tried playing it yesterday, and I played one run. I finished one run, and I was like, I kind of just don't want to play. I kind of want to play store brand, so that's what I ended up doing. And I couldn't get a good run going in store brand though. I mean, I did have one that was on PB pace, but then I threw it away. Already got the 29. You played the tourney already. Not that much motivation to keep it going as much. That's exactly it. Like I don't have the motivation for it. I want to keep grinding my time down, but I don't know if that's what I want to do right now. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I want to dedicate full streams towards Mega Man 2. I'd rather work on getting my 18 in store brand at this time. Speaking of store brand, what's up, Ichi? Hope you're doing well, dude. Where's the fish? Anybody see the fish jumping out of the water? Hello? Fishy? Oh, there he is. There he is. Yeah, I'm hanging in there, Ichi, I guess. Thank you for asking. I could consider grinding down Glitchless and Zips Mega Man 1 just a bit more. especially since glitchless. Just a tie or bop 10th place, but right now I'm moving to other games. Yeah, I'll come back and do it, but right now I'm just not feeling it. One sec. Sorry about that. You've seen those weird rings of light that appear on the surface of the sea, haven't you, small fry? Do you know that some of those rings only appear at night? Didn't think so. I did know that. And that's all the info I've got to offer. Wow, super helpful. Nice shirt, thanks, Ichi. Meet your BRB. Had to wipe my glasses, and you guys don't get eyes for free, baby. BRB emote. Which one is the Forsaken Fortress? I've gotten a lot of them already. Is it this? It is! Right? Yes. So it's off to the southwest here. There it is.
Hoy there, small fry. You know, me and the other fish were talking the other day about how much of your sea chart you've finished. We were all really impressed with your ability to have others do your job for you. Your boat sails itself, we fill out your chart. Kind of like, you don't even matter. Wow. Never thought of that until now. Probably not true. Hey, how's your sister? Rescued and safe?
Thank you for the 100 November. I have to stream more often to justify gifted subs. And get 5 more. Oh, get 5 for another slot for other slots to be unlocked. Are you the authority on what's seaworthy and what's not? Here, we got another... Oh, no, we don't. I'm a dummy. I was like, oh, we got another fishman thing, but I was just hauling up treasure. We've only got 1 square. We've only got 1 more fishman encounter. You know? Wow. Why is that so funny every time? It's just the most sarcastic sounding, uninterested wow. It's like, so patronizing. Oh, it's right there. What a dum-dum. Oh, thanks. They just opened the door for me. You gotta love that. Look, main story. Look! Main story, guys. Holy. Ganon has likely been made aware of our little incursion already. But you have the Master Sword. That sword shall shine in the darkness, casting back evil. With it in your hands, none can keep you from rescuing your sister. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Do not be afraid. I forgot about the whole sister thing. Oops. Wow. Oh, that's not where I want to go. I was like, oh, that's clearly the door I want to go through. Not realizing that I was just going to drop right off the edge. Dum-dum. That's the door I want to go through. Oh no! Ooh. Ah. Antogano. Wait, I need to photograph you. You're so... Oh god, you're right behind me. Hello. You're gonna be impossible to photograph, aren't you? It says it's good. I'll take it. Says it's good. That's all that matters. Alright, come at me. Oh, that's super early. Need to get the hang of this. Man, am I being called? I am. Hey! Bob, your foe may be fierce and fearsome. Fierce and fearsome. But do not be afraid. Forged deep within your steel, the steel of your master sword is the power to repel evil. I know, I'm trying. Even as a ball of fell magic bears down on you, stand your ground and knock it back with your sword. I'm trying, I'm just bad at timing it. I'm sure you will have a shot at victory. I like how Phantom Ganon just... Oh shoot. Just decides not to attack me while I'm talking to my boat. Realized I made a big mistake on my editing last night. What? Really? What happened? Where are you? I don't see you. Where are you? There you are. I disagree. Oh, that was super early. I agree with that one. Great music. If I had... That's pretty good, Ichi. If I had a boat, I would call it the SS Thunder Dragon. Ichi with the jokes. Using the stream to his advantage. Bro, it is a cool name. It is. I agree. You stink. Go away. I started the one video on a messed up attempt, which added considerable amount of time. Oh, okay. It's in the box. Ooh, the skull hammer. Pog. So it was a happy accident. The Bob Ross emote. Go away. Bye-bye. Later, nerd. Thank you. Go away. Leave me alone. So annoying. Oh, am I being shot? Oh gosh, okay, yeah, it's probably not safe. No, how does it go? Wait, how do I, how do I change the direction of the wind? Is that the Song of Passing? There we go. That's the one. What is that, southwest? I figured it out. Ooh, okay, we're safe. Two for one. Very nice. Yo, what's up, twin? Good to see you. Hope you've been well. Look! It's my sister! Look! I found her. Big brother! You're okay. I was worried. No, me. Cell won't open that easily. You! Oh yeah, I was supposed to, I gotta do a voice for her. Doing okay, I'm glad. Glad to hear that. November, thank you for the 50.
I promise, I got here as soon as I could.
The emphasis on soon in the text there. Oh man. She was the Valley Girl, right? There you go, acting before you think, as usual. Hey, what's up, Tuya? Good to see you, hope you're doing well. I swear, do you even realize that we had to draw that monster bird off for you? It was about to come flying in here after you again.
Sword. She knows.
That sword! Where did you get that? Are you... Is it even possible? How could it be? Well, never mind about that. For now, we'll just take these girls. I'm sure their fathers back in town will pay a handsome reward for their return. Oh no! Look at my little sister. Isn't she so cute? What a cute character. I'm so sorry to interrupt such a heartwarming reunion. But isn't there still something you need to take care of? If you're worried about your sister, don't be. I promise I'll deliver her safely back to your little island. Normally, I'd expect a huge reward for something like this, but this time it's my treat. Listen, Aurel, your brother has some things to take care of. Big, important grown-up things. Isn't he like 11? He'll be back soon, so just wait nice and quiet till he returns, okay? But big brother... Miss Tetra, we have to hurry. The bird will be here any second. Gonzo, excellent. You're just in time. Take this one for me. Huh? But she's fine. Do as you're told. Oh, he's so cute. Big brother. Or Aurel. Bob will be back. I swear it. Alright. What if that was the motion for her thugs to take Link out and they misinterpreted it? She just rolled with it. That bird is like so grody. You could leave. Oh no! Oh no! Hello. How are you doing? Go, Link, go! Run, Bob, run! Woohoo! Go! Run! Hello. How are you today? Would you like your picture taken? Turn! Now is not the time, Link. That is no good. I did make it up first shot, though. There we go. That can actually go pretty horribly wrong, especially if you don't roll all the way up. If you don't roll all the way up, you do get attacked. Thank you, Shawing, for the hellos. No! Scary board. Boyd. Boom! Wow, the music in this game is so good. Ouch. Expensive casual Friday gaming? What do you mean, Sean? Oh, the channel point redemption? I don't remember if I meant to do something here, or just wait for it to attack again. Oh, well that answers that. Wait, why? Come at me, bro. Am I able to do something to it while it's... Oops. I don't think so. There we go. That's what you're supposed to do. Is this just bad RNG? I don't know for sure. Need to figure out how much time difference between getting the crash E-tank and skipping it. I imagine that saves probably about 3 to 4
Link confronted by conservation officers. What you doing? That is a South American giant sea condor, an endangered species who was being rehabilitated after colliding with a ship at sea, crushing its beak and skull structure. The mask was a cast allowing it to hunt for prey.
November, thank you for the 50. I appreciate that. And now that bird is dead. Oops. Link is going to jail. Hog! Got a hard container. Dope. The good thing about Shadow not being home is that I can give Central Air a rest so I'm not cold. I was thinking about 2-ish. I feel like it's more than 2. Maybe it's 2. I guess 2 seconds is a long time. I feel like it might save you 3 seconds maybe. Maybe I'm overestimating how long 2 seconds actually is. But it feels like that takes a long time. Climbing, shooting, rush, grabbing it, jumping up, jumping over, sliding, jumping up the ladder and climbing it. Versus just going straight up. It's been a while, boy. You have done well to sneak into my fortress and wriggle your way all the way up here. I suppose the least I can do is commend you for your reckless courage. Commend. I think I said command. My name is Ganondorf. I'm the master of the Forsaken Fortress. My research hinges on this information. By the way, boy, when you drew that sword of yours out of its pedestal, did you by chance notice how all of the monsters frozen in time down there suddenly became stirring again? Do you understand precisely what that means? I highly doubt you do. Foolish child. While that sword is indeed the blade of evil's bane, at the same time it has long played another role. See, it is also a sort of key, a most wretched little key that has kept the seal on me and my magic intact. By withdrawing the blade, you have broken that seal. We win! Game over! Oh, wait, never mind. Nope, I don't think it worked. I don't think it worked. It didn't work. Oh, and he's got a sword too. You cannot defeat me with that blade that does not sparkle with the power to repel evil. What you hold is useless. Go back to the world below and tell that to the pathetic fools who made this blade. Okay. Its power is gone, and its edges are dull. She brave. Bob, get up. Stop. Let me go. You pathetic little sea rat. The Triforce. Exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. My Triforce of power is resonating. Ah, at long last I have found you, Princess Zelda. Princess Zelda? That's not Princess Zelda, that's just Tetra. What are you talking about? I don't know any Zelda. Feigning... Oh, wait, feigning ignorance will gain you nothing. Tell me, if you are not Zelda, then why do you have this fragment of the Triforce? What are you talking about, dude? That's just Tetra. She's a pirate, and she's gone. And I'm gone. The best euphemism. Baloo! Cool, what a good guy. What a great dragon. He's happy. He's, grateful that we saved him. Look. Burning Ganon alive. Game over. I win. Now what? Now what are you gonna do? Ugly Ganon? You think so? I like that design of Ganon. His jawline, his shark-like, it's so huge. What? Chic is Zelda? Well, the games have a knack for not telling you who's speaking. They sure do. That is right. You figure it out in context after a moment. How nice of him to make some barbecue. Resurrect him 20 more times. Triforce is in the computer. It's alright, Bob. She has merely lost consciousness. Your sister has escaped the Forsaken Fortress with the pirates. You can relax, she's safe now. Neat, I win. That's it, I saved my sister, and Tetra's okay. Lord Valoo, you have arrived not a moment too soon. We are deeply grateful. Right. I am aware of this. Yet I thought our first priority should be to separate those two from Ganon's grasp. Yeah. No, totally. No, absolutely. I totally agree. Yeah, have a good one. Later. Peace, Big Dragon. Bob, I will explain things later. Now we must return to the world beneath the sea. Looks like a mix of Kronk and Superman. Handsome face me. Superman? Handsome face? Or Squidward? What was he aware of? I'm aware of your services aren't free. I will need to get the money together. Ow. Bob, you're alright? What is this place? Hey, and Ganondorf, what happened to him? Hey! Bob, what are you doing? You must come to the room! Highlighted. Where you got the Master Sword! Highlighted. Who's using that stone? Highlighted. Who are you? Wait, what? Oh, that's Tetra now. Bob and I are the only ones who can speak through this stone. How dare you use what's not yours? Your name is Tetra, correct? You must come with Bob to see me at once. Well, don't you sound important. Fine, we're on our way. Just hold your horses, whoever you are. Bob, what are you waiting for? You heard the stone. You're supposed to show me how to get to where that voice is. I just love the highlighting of specific words. This one is important. Lumpy Space Princess. Oh, that's Superman. Nice. Alright, follow me. Follow me! Come on, Tetra. Where are you? I literally said follow me. Come on, dum-dum. That's what Ganon looks like to you, mixed with Kronk. Are you him? Are you the one who is speaking through my stone without my permission? Answer me! That stone is an enhanced version of the gossip stones long spoken of in legends of Hyrulean royal family. I am the one who made it. You made it? The royal family's gossip stone? I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Have neither of you heard the tales? Tales of the kingdom spoken of in the legend of the great hero? The place where the power of the gods lies hidden? Where? This place, where the two of you now stand, is that kingdom. There you go. This is Hyrule. Nobody guessed it. And I am its king, Daphnis Nohansen Hyrule. No, it's not. That's not your name. Don't. No, it's not. Pick a better name. Don't lie. Your name is not Daphnis Nohansen Hyrule. Oh, hi, I'm Mr. McDonald of the McDonald's franchise. You can't just be Mr. Hyrule. You can't just be King Hyrule of Hyrule. You liar. Bob, do you not recognize my voice? What if I just gave him a completely different voice? Indeed, I am the one who guided you here. I am the king of red lions. Whoa, he's my boat. He was my boat the whole time. Did you guys guess? There was no need for me to reveal my true identity to you so long as that blade, the Master Sword, could defeat Ganon. But now, both of you must listen to me. Once long ago, this land of Hyrule was turned into a world of shadows by Ganon, who sought to obtain the power of the gods for his own evil ends. My power alone could not stop the fiend, and our only choice was to leave the fate of the kingdom in the hands of the gods. When the gods heard our pleas, they chose to seal away not only Ganon, but Hyrule itself. And so, with a torrential downpour of rains from the heavens, our fair kingdom was soon buried underneath the waves, forgotten at the bottom of the ocean. That stinks. Yet all was not lost, for the gods knew that to seal the people away with the kingdom would not be to grant Ganon's wish for the destruction of the land. So before the sealing of the kingdom, the gods chose those who would build a new country and commanded them to take refuge on the mountaintops. Those people were your ancestors. Hundreds of years have passed since then. So long as Ganondorf was not revived, Hyrule would remain below, never waking from its slumber. Tetra, come to me. This necklace you wear is part of a sacred treasure called the Triforce of Wisdom, which has been passed down for many ages within the royal family of Hyrule. Your mother passed this down to you and instructed you to treasure it and to guard it with your life. Am I not correct? Look at her eyes. The Triforce of Wisdom is none other than the sacred power of the gods that we have kept from Ganon's clutches for so many long years. The gods placed upon your ancestors the task of protecting it from evil's grasp. You too must abide by the laws of the past, and so the time has come for me to teach you the fate into which you were born, the very reason that you live. Pog! What? What do you mean? You're Zelda? I had no idea. You had no idea. Nobody had any idea. She's got the power of the Triforce within her. My fate. What? What? You are the true heir to the royal family of Hyrule, the last link in the bloodline. Link! You are Princess Zelda.
Zelda, I'm a princess.
You're confused, aren't you? I suppose such is to be expected. I don't know who's saying this. Bob. Still don't. I guess it's King Daphnis. I am terribly sorry that you have been caught up in these events. But now that it is known that Tetra is indeed Princess Zelda, Ganon will be searching frantically for this child in an attempt to get the power of the gods that she possesses. He will not rest until he has found her. If he succeeds, my ancient kingdom under the sea, will be turned into a land... Now is not the time for jokes, guys. To a land of shadow and despair, and so will the world you know above the waves. Bob, I need you to lend me your strength in this dark hour. I have a suspicion about what has caused the Master Sword to lose its power. I need for you to come with me back to the lands above the water and return the power to repel evil to the Master Sword. Zelda. Tetra. Tetris? It is far too dangerous for you to join us in this task. Fortunately, this sacred chamber is not yet known to Ganon. It is my wish that you wait here in hiding until we return. We're just gonna lock you in the basement, actually. That's... Later, bye. I guess. Bob, we must go. Oh, you couldn't just... Okay, you're doing it again. You can't just walk a little bit. Oh, I can teleport, look at me. I'm so fancy and cool.
Bob. I don't know how to say this. Squeedly spooch. Everything that's happened to you and your poor sister, it's all been my fault.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah, you're a terrible princess, actually.
I'm so sorry.
No problem. Sister's, you know, in jail and I almost died, but that's cool.
Bob. Be careful or whatever.
The end. I missed a lot of chat. Missed a lot of chat. He sounds like Lumpy Space Princess. That's what Ganon looks like to me. Oh, right, mixed with Chrome. Why the goddesses, his feet are so small. Haha, tiny feet, tiny feet. Daphnis, DN Hyrule. Welcome back, Health. I often ponder over my cat's tiny feet. They almost look so small to walk on. How cat feet are so small. Gonna take my skateboard off that ramp, kickflip and do a 360. No hands and off the rail. I was wondering where that comment was going. Do a 360, no hands, and oh, that's really funny. Holy. That walk from her. How do you walk on itty bitty feet like this? Think to the past. Basically a magical girl transforming triangle. I wonder what's happening. She uses them more and more like hands do. Sometimes she sleeps like hugging my arm with her arms and paws. I love cats. It ruined her tan. I honestly didn't know that Tetra didn't know that she was Zelda. Well, now you know. Yeah, she had no idea. No idea. Her fate comes with an instant new outfit. Yeah, new hair. Oh, and new hair, says Ash. And new skin tone. Yeah, when you're a princess, you can't have a tan anymore. You're not allowed to be out there on the open seas sunbathing, you know? When I first played this, I don't think I figured it out. I don't think I did either, Ichi, the first time I played this. I don't think I realized that Tetra was Zelda. Now's not a time for jokes. Tetra 99. I didn't have a budget for the walking animation, so he just teleports. Walking is for nerds. You and I are gonna have fun. Boys night out. Ladies staying at home while we get to We go to the boat party. It's the implication. Keep using that word, implication. His look as he turned around. Link was looking for something to do anyway. You don't tan like those commoners. Oh, Link is stretching his back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? We actually got some story done today. Bob, listen well. The fact that the Master Sword lost the power to repel evil suggests to me that something has happened to the sages who infused the blade with the god's power. The sages should be here in Hyrule, in the Wind Temple to the north and the Earth Temple to the south, praying to the gods. You must head for these two temples to see what has happened to the sages and attempt to find a way to recover the power to repel evil. Unfortunately, Ganon seems to have created some sort of magical barrier down here in Hyrule, blocking our path to the temples. But each temple should have another entrance high upon Hyrule's mountaintops, which are now islands above the sea. As always, I shall mark these places on your sea chart. Yeah, as always, you know, like every time we've been through this where I've gone into a submerged Atlantis-like city, yeah, you'll mark my map just like every time where I find out my friend is a pirate, that she's actually a princess and has the Triforce of wisdom. Yeah, just like every other time. Now then, if we stay here much longer, we will draw our enemy's attention to Princess Zelda's whereabouts. We must return to the surface immediately. Alright. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for today's adventure of the Wind Waker. We got a decent amount done. We completed the Tower of the Gods. We found out that Tetra of Zelda, we got our Master Sword. We made it back to the Forsaken Fortress. Bob, do you know the legend of the Hero of Time? Ocarina? Ocarina. Once, long ago, he defeated Ganon and brought peace to the Kingdom of Hyrule. A piece of the Triforce was given to the Hero of Time, and he kept it safe, much as Zelda kept hers. Sacred piece is known as the Triforce of Courage. When the Hero of Time was called to embark on another journey and left the land of Hyrule, he was separated from the elements that made him a hero. It is said that at the time, the Triforce of Courage was split into 8 shards and hidden throughout the land. Even I do not know where they rest, but this much I do know. They lie hidden somewhere in this great sea. Oh yeah, great. Fantastic. I could have thought of that. Very precise. Gecko, thank you for the... Whoa! For the 500.
Thanks for the stream, good buddy.
Thank you, guys. Might you have crossed paths with someone who knows much about things that lie hidden in the depths of the sea? Well, fret not if you can think of no one. Though maybe you would come upon the knowledge by asking around in a place where many people gather. There we go. That is it for the day. And next week, we will pick up where we left off and continue this wonderful, wonderful story. I hope you guys enjoyed that. And we'll do it all again next week. I hope everybody has a great rest of their morning, afternoon, evening, or night. Whatever time it is, wherever they may be. I will be back soon. And we'll be back next week, of course, with more Wind Waker action, continuing the story that we just... I think we've kind of gotten sort of to the climax this week, so fun stuff. I hope everybody has a great rest of their day, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Thanks for your support. Bye! Love you, bye!